Hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently June 6, 0606 on the date, and right now we are seeing the markets pushing up a little bit on the back of NVDA again, up about 1%. Some semiconductors are seeing a little bit of strength continuation move in the stocks, up 0.11%. Taiwan Semi slightly green. You do have SMCI slightly negative, Qualcomm slightly negative, and XPI downs here. So semis are kind of mixed across the board today. In terms of your mega cap performance, you do have Amazon, Google, Meta slightly negative on the session. Same thing with Apple and Microsoft, also slightly negative. I think the important thing to recognize today is that the ECB finally cut interest rates for the first time since 2019, kind of matching and moving in lockstep with the Bank of Canada. Now, the important thing we need to watch for, do commodities bottom here on the back of central bank hikes? We all know, historically speaking, whenever central banks start to cut rates, that's when you get a little bit of market turmoil, profit-taking, rollover. That's what history shows. Whether or not it turns out to be the same thing, time will tell. But certainly, you know, the moves that we've had in semiconductors and some of the meme stocks squeezing, it's definitely almost been part and parcel in anticipation of, I think, rate cuts, a little bit of potentially froth coming back into the market as money gets a little bit cheaper. Although it's only a quarter basis point, we'll have to see whether or not the Fed wants to participate in the party of cutting rates. Now, what's interesting is the Fed hasn't officially cut rates yet. Obviously, next week, the Fed is actually expected to maintain as of now. And right now, the dollar is sitting at 104.33. You do have the 10-year yield slightly positive as long as the 20-year yield. So the yields are kind of flat today. The dollar is also flat today. In terms of nat gas, that's pumping to the high side, and then oil itself is just seeing basically just flat on the session itself. So right now the markets are kind of just in a bit of a holding pattern. I don't expect too much upside after yesterday's move. We probably need to consolidate a little bit intraday, and then we'll have to see what shape up. Obviously, I think the market is going to hinge on NVIDIA. Whatever NVIDIA does, that's pretty much what the QQQ is likely going to do. If NVIDIA stays strong, Qs will stay buoyant. If NVIDIA falls, then we're going to see the market fall. Right now, the Russell, IWM small caps are weak in the session, down 0.5%. So you are seeing a little bit of profit taking come into the small caps. You are also seeing Bitcoin and crypto trying to stage a bit of a breakout again, but they've kind of been rejected. So if we look at BTC's chart here, BTC tried breaking out again basically last hour, and then saw a bit of a rejection. So a little bit of a breakout attempt, and now it's been faded and rejected. So I think Bitcoin's definitely showing some signs of distribution in this area. I don't think we're going to break out yet off of this cycle. Even though we are at technical resistance, there's a beautiful inverse head and shoulders forming. We haven't triggered it yet, and I'm going to respect the resistance until we actually get above there. So we'll continue to watch crypto because it's definitely elevated on the charts. There is an area here where, you know, if we start to see Bitcoin fall, you could catch a little bit of a short in some of the crypto stocks. But just watching it for now, obviously we are expecting Bitcoin to fall a little bit in the near term, which is why we're accumulating a short. Nat gas is just pumping. I do have a tradable level on nat gas. It's trying to break out of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. So nat gas is looking fairly interesting here on the tape. Chris is saying he's stalking NVAX, entry at 2750-ish, holding 2 kgme. We'll pull up both of those in a quick moment while we have 7 minutes. But nat gas is surging here. There's a hourly chart pattern, a 4-hour chart pattern that is now on watch for breaking out. It's actually confirmed an hourly chart breakout. You're looking to confirmed with a second candle hourly close high. So right now this is a bullish breakout in nat gas. Even though nat gas is breaking out, I have a potential short. If we run up into this 294 level, this high pivot zone, in the next, say, hour of trading, then I think we could actually scalp short nat gas. And then in terms of any sort of a pullback, since we're establishing a consolidation range right above this 284, any sort of pullback to 284 I think could be potentially bought for a bit of a dip. If you're a little bit more conservative, you could use your prior day high at 280. So I'm watching nat gas here for two opportunities. If we push higher, a short. If we fall back to prior day high, I would maybe consider a bit of a long scalp just with the momentum that it's seeing today. All right, let's quickly take a peek at GameStop, GME. GME right now is holding near the highs of yesterday's close, so technically speaking it's okay. And let's see on the hourly chart, we do have a little bit of consolidation that has occurred here. But I think we really want to maintain for GME, if we go to the regular trading hours, you really want to maintain prior day high. You know, and GME, you could see on the hourly chart, if we maintain this neckline breakout here, you have an inverse head and shoulders that's triggered here, which does give us a little bit of a tradable move. Let's see the upside target on GME. As long as we hold above this neckline, we should see a nice little continuation move all the way up to about, call it 37. So we'll continue to watch that one. Obviously Chris is long already. Looking at NVAX as well, I know that one has had a strong day yesterday and is gapping up today as well. So let's look at the daily chart of NVAX. You know, a huge impulse breakout candle yesterday, followed by another gap up. I mean, this gap up today, I would just be very careful with it. It's more likely to get faded, this gap up. I'd be very cautious with trying to chase this one on the long side. Let me just see if there's a shortable. I might actually short this one at the open. Just give me a sec here. Just want to see if there's any sort of other resistance. From this low pivot. Yeah, NVAX is looking fairly interesting here, I think, for a bit of a scalp short. Again, it's a high short interest name, and it is squeezing, so we just need to be mindful of it. You can see pre-market high was all the way up to 27.33, so I mean we've actually pierced that high pivot zone at that 25.65, so just be cautious with this one. I'll just be cautious. Qs are actually floating back up to the highs here. Let's look at the QQQ again. Alright, so markets are set to open here very shortly in a couple minutes, guys. We'll see if NVIDIA can maintain its strength. Right now it is pushing up the Qs single-handedly again. I'm going to be also exploring another long trade on SOXS as well as NVAX. Okay, I'll keep NVAX on my other screen here. So my areas of focus today are nat gas, the semiconductor stocks, and Novavax, NVAX. I'm looking for a short on NVAX. I'm looking for a long again on stocks. NVIDIA, I do think that'll eventually come down. Crude oil's just flat again on the session. Crypto's seeing some rebounding off of the lows. Let's get ready for the open here, guys. QQQ still pressing in the near term. All right, guys, markets are open. Markets are open. QQQ is coming down. All right, guys, I'm going to accumulate the socks here. SOXS 2448. 2448. Long the SOXS. Guys, I'm going to short NVAX. I should have picked it up in the pre-market here, but I'm just going to wait a little bit. If it loses its prior day high at around 22.24, that's a short setup in my opinion. We are seeing the stocks trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. QQQ still holding steady. Again, if you lose prior day high, there's potentially a long way down for the Qs. NVAX is being faded here. Off of the next bounce, if NVAX gets a little bit of a bounce, I will look for a short. NVAX coming down, NVIDIA coming down, Google's pressing higher here, so Google's actually ripping ahead of Steam. SOXS is catching a really nice bid. NVAX is testing prior day high, looking for a short entry. You have Microsoft, AMD, Meta, ARM, all negative on the session. Lululemon strong off of its earnings. Adobe still showing some strength. That's good to see. All right, guys, I'm going to look to short NVAX. It's falling pretty sharply. Let's see if it loses this prior day high on a 10-minute close. This is coming into a key area where the bulls need to defend it. If we lose this area, it's going to be a nice fall for NVAX. This is coming in sharply already. Let's see if we get any sort of a bounce in NVAX. Come on, give us a bounce to re-enter on the short side. Adobe still continuing. Nice move on Adobe. Markets are trying to firm back up through the Qs here. QQQ is pushing. Apple's still strong. Google's still strong. Qs are basically pressing higher to pre-market high. NVIDIA is strong again out the gate, reversing back higher, looking to tap pre-market high. The Russell's lagging on things. The S&P's lagging. All right, guys, I'm short the Qs here. 464.20, 464.20, just with common shares. 464.20. This is a 1/4 entry. 100 shares short. Next entry will be at pre-market high, 464.70. So long the SOXS again, short the Qs at 464.20. Pre-market high is the secondary add. And then 30 cents from that area if need be. NVIDIA is still a relentless stock at the moment, surpassing Apple's market cap yesterday. Quite extraordinary. I'm seeing oil and nat gas trying to continue and firm. Some solar stocks are under pressure. SunPower, Maxon Solar. Here comes the semiconductor bear ETF, seeing a little bit more strength. NVAX is below prior day low, so technically it's still a bit of a short setup. But I want to see if it can get a bounce. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of strength, guys. Anyone scanning any other opportunities that they see that we haven't discussed? Wow, VRAX up 141%. That's extraordinary. QQQ pushing up again. NVIDIA's ripping. Apple seeing some distribution. Google's coming in now. The IWM is near the lows, NVIDIA near the highs. Amazon's tagging its 50-day moving average. That's some technical resistance in the near term. Apple's reversing lower, guys. A hard reversal on Apple. Microsoft still continuing, seeing some strength. The SOXX has gone negative, guys. SOXX is slightly negative when the Qs are positive. So you're seeing a bit of a divergence from the NASDAQ and the semiconductor ETF. GameStop up 3.39. Lyft is up 9. Wow. ASNS up 35%. Monster, Hood, PayPal, Uber catching a nice bid today. Very interesting. QQQ is still trying to press a little bit in the near term. Nice move on ACN. QQQ. Again, pre-market high. I will add to the QQQ short. You can see NVIDIA is just surging. New high on NVIDIA. Quite crazy. Quite extraordinary. Small caps, there's a lot of sea of red on small cap land. IWM probably going to be heading lower. But there's a sea of red in the small cap space. Short interest names are under a lot of pressure today. Taiwan Semi was up over 1% in the pre-market, 1.5%. Now it's being faded a little bit. Nat Gas still pushing. Oil trying to reverse. NVIDIA is still phenomenally strong. In terms of sector performance, let's see what we've got going on today. Majority of sectors red right now. Your two important communications and XLK are flat. Communications slightly green. Regional banks are seeing a little bit of strength. Retail XRT is weak. Both Dow components are weak on the session. Copper's getting a really stunning bid today. So again, since these rate cuts, we've seen commodities show some signs of potentially bottoming. We've seen it in nat gas. We've seen it potentially in oil. We're seeing copper bounce. Maybe uranium. Guys, I'm looking at URA for a potential entry here. URA, a little bit of an entry. I think if we enter here, I'm going to go long URA, guys. I'm long URA here at 30.8, 30.8. I'm going to use the pre-market low as my stop loss, okay? I'm long URA, uranium, playing this on a day trade long. So I'm long uranium here, and I'm going to use pre-market low as a stop loss. And that's just going to be a hard stop. I'm just entering one entry here on URA. And I repeat, my pre-market low, 30.66 is my stop loss. But I'm long here at 30.8. 30.8. Nice little move higher here in the near term on uranium, guys. We have been following this one and waiting. It is at a potential technical swing trade level itself. I think uranium can actually push up all the way to a prior day high. Let's see what we get here in terms of action. Still short the Qs, long SOXS, long uranium. So 3 trades on the deck right now. Let's see what we can get, guys. CCJ is another one, another way to potentially play it. Tesla's managing to stay green. NVIDIA's still pumping. QQQ going for that pre-market high. That will be the next ad level on the short side. That'll be my second entry. NVIDIA is just relentless right now. SOX is still moving up for us, the SOXS. What's interesting is the Qs are still staying firm here because of NVIDIA's strength, and the SOX is actually seeing a bit of distribution. QQQ coming under a little bit of pressure here in the near term. NVIDIA is still above pre-market high. Uranium still trying to chug along. Nat gas still trying to push for 294. Guys, I do have a short level on nat gas coming up. A little bit higher. But 294 kind of gets me interested. QQQ still trying to push up. Now you have the broad market semiconductor ETF. SOX is down 0.47%. NVIDIA is up 2.2%. CrowdStrike, getting an alert on CrowdStrike here, guys. Let me just pull that up for us. CRWD, what's happening with CrowdStrike? Oh, CrowdStrike making a beautiful breakout to the upside here. Up 1.91%, going for its gap fill. Wow, look at that recovery on CrowdStrike. What a move into gap fill. QQQ is now starting to come down, guys. NVIDIA is seeing some selling. Bitcoin's had a nice little pop to the high side again. Back up to 71.5. CrowdStrike is a monster right now. That one's just surging, roaring. GME still up 3.4, NVAX up 6. That's been faded here. Alright guys, I am short NVAX here, 22.22. This is a 1/4 position. I'm short NVAX, 22.22. Short NVAX, 22.22. Why I'm shorting NVAX here? And obviously the Qs, because we've now had that bounce off of pre-market low, and we're now rejecting at prior day high. So 22.22 again. I was waiting for a little bit of a bounce. We've got it now, and I'm short at that prior day high. I just missed the actual exact prior day high, but I think the target on NVAX, guys, at the minimum, this gap fill, minimum gap fill. I think that we could even see a potential retrace all the way down to here, this high pivot, 1730-ish on the chart. So long SOXS, long uranium, short NVAX, and short the Qs. And if NVAX tries to push back into the 23, above 23, around 23.10, I'd add my second entry around 23.10 if need be. XOM seeing a beautiful push to the high side, guys. XOM seeing a nice recovery. NVAX is trying to squeeze a little bit more. Again, 2309. I will add to the NVAX short. Come on, uranium, get going. QQQ, we're flat. NVIDIA's back below pre-market low. Sorry, pre-market high. Good morning. QQQ. Russell's catching a really sizable bid off of the low. So the Russell actually in the near term is trying to firm up here. Nice price action in the Russell. NVAX still seeing some distribution. So now we have all positions working for us. Q's coming down, uranium going up, NVAX coming down, SOX going up. Big decline on NVIDIA, guys. Big decline on NVIDIA. It's now only up 1.16%. It's lost about 1% in the last few minutes. Uranium still pushing. XOM is still pushing. Look at the SOX go, guys. Look at the SOX go. QQQ dumping, filling the testing yesterday's prior day high. QQQ's testing prior day high. That could be a bit of a short setup if we lose prior day high. Come on, Qs. NVAX, let's flip back to the Qs here. Still short NVAX. Look at the Q dump there, guys. Beautiful little dump on the Qs. Again, we're averaged at 464.20. Come on. And there's still a lot more to go. We got the SOX flying. We got uranium flying now. NVAX, we're still green on NVAX. So the positions are working right now. Yesterday we saw Paul Tudor Jones sold 78% of his NVIDIA investment and bought 888,000 shares of PayPal, an average of $64. Jim Simons, Renaissance Technology, sold 2/3 of their NVIDIA and bought 2.1 million shares of PayPal. So, I mean, you're seeing a broad rotation out of potentially NVIDIA, now other sectors. I mean, the amount of stocks that could rally if NVIDIA even sees a 10-20% decline. Look at uranium go, guys. Moving stops to break even on uranium. Sorry, actually in the money. I'm going to protect it with this impulse candle. Beautiful little move on uranium, guys. And I do still think that prior day high is likely going to be tested. Still long that SOXS. We're seeing XOM squeezing higher here. XOM is making a new daily high from yesterday. So commodities look to be appearing to be strong out the gate here. NVIDIA market cap 3.04 trillion. Microsoft high, yep, 3.16. Quite crazy, eh? Quite crazy in my opinion. You know, and when you start hearing those rumors, you know that that NVIDIA is, you know, larger than the 10 leading semiconductors combined, just says what Tesla was happening in 2021. So all those graphics about Tesla, you know, whether it was an automotive company, EV company or not, you know, you saw it bigger than Toyota and BMW and all sorts of brands combined. XOM is flying, guys. XOM is flying. Uranium's flying. QQQ's dumping. Still holding NVAX. Come on. Guys, I'm about to take some more profits off of XOM 112 call. Beautiful little trade there on XOM. Just took more profits on those 112 calls. Still riding the common shares. I think there's still quite a substantial amount of price action. I think the Qs could actually fall quite a large margin here. The VIX might also be an area where we could see price action uptick, peak up. Guys, look at our SOX trade. That is starting to move, shake and move right now. It is shaking and it is moving. QQQ we're green. Uranium we're green. NVAX we're green. Alright guys, I'm going to move my stop up on uranium to this high pivot, 30.9, 30.9. And I'm going to move a stop loss on the Qs. QQQ stop loss. Looking right at about this 463.89 stop. Uranium starting to peel back a little bit, still holding NVAX short, guys. Take a look at NVAX here. Novavax, again, we're short at 22.22, right at that prior day high. We're already up a couple percent here on the trade, looking for a little bit more decline though. NVAX is coming down, guys. NVAX, come on. Break it. Break it. Take it down. NVIDIA gone negative, guys. NVIDIA has gone negative. So now, this is what we are waiting for. Is NVIDIA going to give us a topping signal? At some point, we're going to get a major topping signal. And notice how NVIDIA absolutely blasted through that upsloping resistance like it was nothing. Now the big question is, does NVIDIA come right back below that and engulf that previous day? You know, there is a chance that it actually could. Alright guys, NVAX is looking a little bit nasty here. I'm going to look for a cover at this 20.98. I'm going to cover half and leave some runners, okay? 20.98 is my profit target on NVAX. Even around this range, if you're looking to trim a little bit, I mean, by all means, it's certainly an area where we could try to be defended, but I'm looking for about a 5.5% gain here, down to 20.98, and I do think we're going to get that. Uranium still chugging along quite nicely. QQQ still a bit soft in the near term. Oil still basically flat on the session. Canopy Growth down 6. ARM down 1.1. Google, Amazon still slightly green. Meta still slightly green. NVIDIA, Apple, SMCI, Tesla, AVGO, Microsoft slightly green. So a lot of little weakness, bouts of weakness coming up into this. Yeah, Lulu, I know they gapped up on earnings. Nice job, Chris, out of GME. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, guys, get ready to cover half of the NVAX trade, and I'm going to move stops to break even if we get that flush. Look at NVIDIA still coming in. NVIDIA is now showing some signs of weakness. The fact that it's made a new all-time high and is now rejecting and is actually down 1%, underperforming the Qs, that's a bit of a shift in narrative with NVIDIA. Bit of a shift in narrative with NVIDIA. NVAX coming down, guys. Come on. Come on. Keep falling, QQQ. Keep falling, NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA go, guys. QQQ is now under immense pressure because the bellwether stock is seeing some selling. And the question is, do we see that rotation of capital and liquidity that's coming out of NVIDIA in the near term here, at least today? Do we see it actually rotate into other names, or does it just leave the markets? Perhaps people want to start accumulating bonds again. That's a scenario where we could be in. We could have seen a huge mass exodus of liquidity coming out of the bond market, growing into NVIDIA and semis. So now the question is, do we see some of these semiconductors give up a lot of the steam and gains they've had? Do people flee back into bonds now that we're so-called heading into a disinflationary trend again? with rate cuts happening around central banks, it's certainly a possible scenario that we could see a lot more price action coming into bonds and out of equities. Look at NVAX go, guys. Here we go. First cover. Beautiful. There it is, guys. I covered half, moving stops to in the money. Beautiful trade. Everyone should have caught NVAX. We discussed this one in the pre-market. Beautiful, beautiful job on NVAX. Now, I'm going to just move an in the money stop loss on NVAX, guys, or break even, whichever one you feel is best for your risk tolerance, but I just sold half. And I'm going to leave some runners here. I think that NVAX could actually head down all the way to here. You know, I'm looking for about a potential 16% win here, guys, on NVAX. So we'll continue to just watch that one. Uranium is almost about to stop us out. It's still hanging about 5 cents above our stop. XOM, new high of day. Adobe, kind of putting in a new high of day. NVIDIA, breaching the 1200 barrier. Let's actually put on NVIDIA in the lower boundary here, just so you can see the sell side pressure that is now coming into this NVIDIA chart. So again, I'm still holding that 1188 from yesterday. I got absolutely sideswiped on the day trade, accumulating on the short side when we double dipped on NVIDIA. But again, I am still holding at this 1188.10 range from yesterday on NVIDIA. Obviously, I do have a swing trade as well on NVIDIA. Still holding the SOX as well as the QQQ short. Now, we're probably going to be getting a little bit of a bounce in NVIDIA at some point. You know, it is down in the session now, 1.85%, underperforming every single mega cap. So notice how quickly that changed. You had NVIDIA outperforming in the pre-market, squeezing, making everyone nervous. Yeah, big action in NVIDIA, big action in NVIDIA. Big action in the semis, big action in Novavax, big action in, again, this is what I've been waiting for, this kind of blow-off move, reversal back lower into the indices. I know I had a lot of flack. I actually had some members message me, why are we accumulating more shorts? Why are we accumulating more shorts? We're getting run over from this little rally, even though we took profits on the long side with some names. And now you're seeing potentially, again, I'm going to go back to that weekly SPX divergence, guys. This is a weekly technical signal that we haven't seen since COVID. And then what's crazy is yesterday, as we're approaching this 4-year technical setup, the last time we saw was during COVID crash in 2020. What comes out yesterday? A new strain in Mexico. What was it, like the H5N5? And some 59-year-old died from it. Now, again, whether or not it's a pandemic or anything crazy of that nature, I'm not expecting. But when we have the same technical setup on the weekly chart of the S&P 500, and the last time we saw that technical setup was during COVID, let's just play caution, right? A lot of people were trying to chase calls all the way up, thinking that we're going to squeeze another huge rally today. And right now we are coming down, and the Qs are barely down in the session, and NVIDIA is already getting slaughtered. So, I mean, this could be a down day for an NVIDIA of like, you know, at least 5% if the Qs really want to get nasty here. And you can see below pre-market low right now, nothing happens good below pre-market low. So the markets need to reverse here or run the risk of dumping. NVAX, new low of day on NVAX, guys. We're up about 8% on the runners, guys. And I still think that we could head down to 1780 on NVAX. Look at NVIDIA go, guys. Yes. Come on, baby. Dump it. Dump it. Dump it. Dump the market. So QQQ under pre-market low. Expect a probable bounce to retest that area. And then the big thing, if we lose this impulse green candle from yesterday, it's nighty-night for the indices, guys. It's nighty-night today for the indices. So puts are certainly looking like they are printing right now. Our SOXS is printing. Our QQQ short is printing. Our NVAX short is printing. Still long uranium. We already took profits with members on XOM calls, which are deep in the money. That is a nasty. Yes, it is. It is, and I still think there's more. And again, that was kind of your hoorah rally. If we get a bearish engulfing on NVIDIA, it's going to try to test its 7-day moving average today, which is sitting at 1154 currently speaking. Its gap fill from that gap up yesterday is all the way at 1165. So I mean, the sell side pressure right now in NVIDIA is quite immense. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of profits here on the Qs. I just covered that QQQ short, half of it. I just covered half of my QQQ short down here at 62.62. Beautiful couple point move, and I'm just going to have now an in the money stop, and my in the money stop is going to be my prior day high. So 463.61 is my stop loss. And to think the Qs could head all the way down to 454, guys. That's a scenario. The way NVIDIA is selling right now, 454 is a target on watch. NVAX continuing to dump here, guys. We're up over 10% now. Look at that. Uranium just stopped me out, guys. Uranium just stopped me out. Look at the sell side pressure in NVIDIA. What a monster sell-off. Again, we've been accumulating SOXS as of the last couple sessions. We took a nice entry in SDS yesterday. So we were accumulating more shorts. A couple positions on NVIDIA are now looking to still maintain their key technical level. I mean, this is a crazy reversal in NVIDIA. Crazy, crazy. Quite extraordinary, right? Quite extraordinary. Let's see what type of a bounce we get now. NVIDIA is down 2.89%. Canopy growth coming into a day trade level, guys. CGC, Chris, you better be on this one. CGC is coming up into a huge level here. I am inclined to look for a bit of a long entry, guys. CGC is coming up into my buy zone. Let me just pull this up for you. I'm going to switch NVIDIA out for a quick second. We'll keep the QQQ NASDAQ sector up. CGC is below pre-market low, so just understand that this is just probably a bit of a dead cat bounce. Around 710, guys. 710, I start a position on CGC, 710, and I'll add about every 15 cents lower till I have 4 of 4 entries. So 710, I start a position on CGC, and again, this is just a scalp on the long side. This is high risk. It could absolutely go against us. 710, guys. 710. We're 5 cents away. The Qs are getting a really sizable bounce here. A pretty good technical bounce. NVIDIA is bouncing. Tesla's looking exceptionally weak at the moment. Seeing Amazon getting slight rejection at its 50-day. Big bounce in the Qs. CGC's bouncing right ahead of Steam. NVIDIA's bouncing sharply. Apple's now peeling away though. QQQ, really big bounce on the Qs. CGC unfortunately getting bought right back up ahead of that level. Damn, I missed that. That was just a few pennies shy from our level. We're talking about 2 pennies shy from my technical level. I still like it, but it needs to hit in the next like 6 minutes off of this 10-minute candle. I don't want it after this 10-minute candle. So I'm still watching CGC very closely here. Still short Novavax. That's at 20 bucks. We're up still about 10% on the runners. QQQ getting a sizable bid. Strength coming back into Meta, Google, NVIDIA, seeing a sizable bounce. Potential head and shoulders forming now on the Qs, guys. This is a potential head and shoulders forming on the Qs. We'll see if it wants to break this neckline. Alright guys, I'm looking at a 462 put on the Qs. 0 DTE, I'm looking at a 462 put on the Qs. Right now they're at about 70 cents. Just watching NVIDIA here. Dixie. All right, guys, 462 put. It got filled at 67 cents. 67 cents. 462 put. Nice little down move coming in. We are seeing that already performing well. QQQ rejecting just before that prior day high. I still think that we could get a bit of a trade here on Canopy Growth, guys. I'm just going to adjust my level slightly from the 710 now. I'm going to do it around 707. Just because we did have a small bounce there. QQQ still coming in, so we're still riding SOXS. We're still riding a put now. Still have NVAX runners, which are deep, 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 deep. QQQ coming down. Let's see if we can break this downside neckline, guys. That would give us a target off of this little neckline. If the Qs break it, then we're looking at about a target down to about 460. They are trying to stage a bit of a recovery bounce at the moment. Again, we're recaptured pre-market low, so technically it's a good sign. Prior day high, we need to recapture that to remain a little bit more bullish. Canopy Growth still seeing some selling. NVDA is seeing a really big bounce back to 1200. Bitcoin seeing some sellers here, guys. So now we have Bitcoin seeing some sellers. Again, contracts were basically almost just flat on those QQQ puts. NVAX still weak. You have oil trying to perk back up here. Nat gas still trading at 288. NVIDIA back to 1214. CGC looks ripe for a swing long. What do you think of an RCL short? Yeah, I remember looking at RCL a few days ago. Let's see what price action is shaping up. But keep CGC still on watch. I do think that's a bit of a long trade. Yeah, RCL seeing a bit of distribution. It's certainly extended here. But I mean, still a very tough chart to short at this point in time. No real negative divergence. This one could still honestly keep trending higher. As long as the major indices stay firm. RCL, it's a tough one. That's a tough short. That's a really tough short. All right, NVIDIA's bouncing. NVIDIA's only down 0.87% now. Meta's at the highs. Meta's continuing to rip here. Microsoft seeing a bit of selling. QQQ still stuck under that prior day high. Let's flip back to CGC. All right, guys, CGC is coming up into target here. I'm going to take a 1/4 entry at 707. I had 710 as my target, but I'm looking at 707 as my first little entry on CGC. This is super, super high risk. Super, super high risk at the moment. It's in a clear technical downtrend on the session under pre-market low. But it's coming up into an area of support that it certainly makes me interested. Again, 1/4 entry. I'll be accumulating pretty much every 15 cents. QQQ still struggling here again. We have a 462 0DT put on the Qs. I repeat, we do have a 462. Let's see if we can lose this pre-market low again on the Qs. Apple's starting to come in. Microsoft seeing some distribution. Google is now also coming in. Still holding this NVAX runners. Excuse me, I just choked on some water. Look at this NVAX. Let's take a quick peek at some of the market movers. SMCI getting hammered right now. QQQ getting hammered as well. Look at this decline in the Qs. Beautiful for our put options. Beautiful, beautiful. But if we look at the strength, I mean, look at Expedia. I just wish I was still holding those 115 calls up another 3.7. PayPal, huge bid. Lulu faded off the highs, but still strong. Weakness day, SMCI, Micron. So a couple semiconductor names on semiconductor seeing distribution. Lithium, Albemarle, Marley. So quite an interesting session on the tape thus far. CGC still hanging off of that ad level that I'm looking at. NVIDIA's trying to potentially show some more strength here. Crypto stocks like Coin and Mara are slightly green. MSTR has gone negative. Tesla's starting to come down a little bit more. They're trying to bounce CGC. They're trying to bounce the Qs. The Qs are now pushing back up. NVIDIA is still seeing some strength. Meta's at the highs. NVD. Yeah, this is an entry for NVD. If you want to enter NVD, this is where you would probably start to look for it. Are you looking at Are you looking at a short or a long on NVDS? I guess you're looking at a long, eh? Now, I would still be more inclined to short NVIDIA here. I mean, that's a hard reversal. Obviously, it can still push up, but you're probably doing about a 50% retrace off of this move, and then we'll see if we can recapture prior day high. NVIDIA is probably going to squeeze higher, but if it gets rejected at prior day high, it's going to probably try to test prior day low. So just kind of sandwich right now in between no man's land. Our QQQ is firming up here. Price action is starting to firm up in the market. Meta is just ripping here at 1.16%. Microsoft slightly negative. Apple's flat. Tesla's down by about 1% on the session. NVIDIA is still slightly negative. QQQ, though, trying to firm up here as we speak. Those 462 puts are even cheaper now. We just tapped that prior day high. Just watching. The Dixie's trying to firm up here, guys. You have the Russell still down by about 0.41%. I don't know why there's such a big discrepancy between Canopy Growth today down about 8.5%, and then Aurora's only down by about 2.6%. Boeing today down about 0.9%. Again, the Dixie, guys, is starting to gain some more momentum. Canopy Growth getting a little bit of a bounce before. Guys, I just took a lotto play of 460 put, expiry today. 460 put got filled at 29 cents. 460 put, that's the lotto. We're still riding a 462 put. Basically flat on that. NVDA is starting to curl down again. We'll see if it tries to hurt the Qs. Canopy Growth getting a nice little bounce off of that 712 level. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of selling. CGC offering on market. I need the Qs to dump here or I'm screwed. Canopy Growth announced Thursday that it's establishing at the market. Oh, thank you, Laura. Appreciate that news. I appreciate that news. UVIX at 599 is interesting. Yep, that is. I think volatility, the way that the UVXY is setting up here, guys, the way that the UVXY is setting up, it's approaching this long-term falling wedge pattern. Down-sloping falling wedge at an extremely depressed area. You know, this falling wedge pattern is a pretty powerful one, a very, very big one, going all the way back to your previous high pivot spike in October of 2023. So the UVXY at these areas, I think, is very cheap. It's still maintaining its lows here, despite the indices made new highs. So I think that it's at an area of opportunity, even on the swing trade side. So again, we're riding a couple put options, 462s, and the lotto that I just called out is already starting to work out. So we're up nicely right now on those 462s, and we're seeing the QQQ come under pressure here in the near term. Look where the selling is coming from again. NVIDIA seeing more harsh sell side pressure. Big candles down, guys. Big candles down on the Qs. All right, so honestly, with that shelf offering news at the market equity program, which Laura has brought to our attention, Canopy Growth, you know, could actually go even lower. You know, I'm seeing the daily 200 moving average sitting now at 66.52, $6.52. I mean, if we break this level, that's where it could be the next support. So honestly, I'm going to reevaluate that 707 target, especially if the markets, I think, could fall here in the near term. I just want to use some cautious targets. QQQ still managing to hold steady here. So again, I'm riding a 462 put on the Qs at 67 cents we got filled at. And I'm also riding a 460 put at 29 cents. Both are 0 DTEs. The 460 put is a very, very high risk trade. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up some more. I think VIX goes lower. Wait for sub 11. That's the UVXY, your target, sub 11, or is that the actual VIX VIX? The VIX is trading at 12.67 right now. So I guess you're probably talking about the actual VIX itself. All right, so right now let's just go through some of the sectors. So you have consumer discretionary and healthcare very strong today. You have communications, XLC, very strong on the back of Meta. You have financials seeing some green and staples seeing some green. The weakness in the market today is from your Dow Jones transports, your retail, your materials, energy's flat, industrials, XLK is down sharply today, 0.3%. And then real estate and utilities are also seeing some sell side. So again, whenever you see XLK negative, that's telling us that there's some net selling in the tech space. And that always puts a lot of strain on the overall equity markets. The positive for the indices right now is that they have XLC. The second biggest sector is strong. Meta, Google, kind of keeping a lid on the selling in the near term. All right, QQQ pushing right back up, guys. Right back up on the Qs. Trying to keep us range bound here. I'm still holding NVAX runners, which is putting about a 5-minute bear flag. Looking to probably break down even lower. The Dixie's trying to pop here in the near term. Potential short-term attempt at a breakout on the DXY. Again, Bitcoin struggling here around 71,000 in the near term. ACN. Finally, our ACN trade is cooperating and going green. Our Adobe trade is now green on the session. Friggin' Oil's trying to make a move back above 75. Nat gas is starting to see some selling. Guys, I'm also going to go long KOLD here. It's a short on nat gas. I'm going to go long KOLD. Got filled at 42.04. Long KOLD. 42.04. High risk trade. I'm only going to take one entry on this position. I'm only going to take one entry. My stop loss on this trade is going to be right around this 41.72 pivot. 41.72 my stop loss. So I think nat gas could be due for a little bit of a potential near-term pullback. Canopy growth starting to come down again. QQQ still coming down. Our contracts are up to 76 cents now. But I'm looking for these 462s to get in the money. I think 462s are very likely to get in the money just based off of the price action that we're seeing. QQQ pre-market low. I'm watching that pre-market low at 463.18. We're currently below it. As long as we stay below that, that's a technical short setup. Canopy growth still seeing some more selling. You're seeing Google starting to come down now. QQQ pushing right back up. Wow, crazy, remarkable strength in the Qs here. NVAX starting to break and potentially trigger its bear flag. The Qs, I mean, wow, just relentless strength in these mega caps. They do not want to go down easily. I'm telling you that much. NVIDIA trying to perk back up. Microsoft putting in a potential bear flag. Meta's still extremely elevated. Wow, I've been watching every day else and missed the SunPower spike. Did we have a spike in SunPower? Oh no. Really? Oh yeah, spike to about 354 there. Jeepers, yeah. That's a quick move. That was a quick spike for sure. Alright, oil is starting to peak up again. QQQ retesting its prior day high. Guys, I just added to my 462s. Got filled at 57 cents. QQQ's ripping here, guys. QQQ's ripping back above prior day high. Strength coming back into Microsoft, Apple. Meta's still ripping here. A bit of an inverse head and shoulders 1 minute chart breakout on the Qs, so that's what we're seeing here. People front running a bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout here on the Qs. So recapturing that prior day high is a bullish signal right now from the market. That's a bullish signal from the market. I can't deny that. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout pointing towards what looks to be new highs, but again, I'm a little bit skeptical because of the semiconductor weakness today. But stranger things have happened. I mean, that shows that we could push all the way up to a brand new high on the Qs. That would be quite extraordinary. Alright guys, I apologize about nat gas. I did just get stopped out on KOLD for a loss. I did get stopped out on KOLD for about a 30-cent loss. Apologies on that trade. QQQ dumping here. Again, my average on the 462 put is 62 cents. 62 cents, down about 4 cents. All right, let's flip back to NVIDIA now. Still holding runners on Novavax, which are nicely in the green still. Let's see if QQQ becomes a failed breakout here. Again, upside target, kind of your downside target. Yeah, inflation is terrible here in Canada, Bart. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Housing inflation, food inflation, energy inflation, no matter which way we get it always here in Canada. Every which way. But we got some trouble here in Canada brewing just around how our mortgage interest rates are structured. We're pretty much the only country, one of the only countries in the world where you have to renew your mortgage rate every 5 years. So whereas in the States and most other developed nations, you have, fixed prices for 20, 30 years. Whereas every 5 years, Canadians have to re-mortgage their house based off of what the new rate is. And we've now, 3 years during this tightening cycle. So in the next 2 years, every single Canadian who has a mortgage will be experiencing a higher rate. So there's definitely some opportunities that I think are going to be hitting the Canadian real estate market. I see about a 20 to 30% decline in Canadian real estate Canadian real estate prices, which could provide an opportunity to pick up some property. I do think that there needs to be a severe correction in Canadian prices. Our immigration policy is working against us in the near term. We brought in about 2.2 million people last year when our housing market could only support 1.6 million people. So we have a 600,000 people shortfall in housing. I mean, it's quite crazy. It's quite crazy. Yeah, I got wicked out on nat gas. That's just the nature of the beast. And of course, gold's moving right back up to that average. So that was my bad. They market makers definitely got me on that one. Still watching these Qs here. Still watching these Qs. Let's see what shapes up. Again, we're trying to get back above prior day high again. It does appear that the markets are trying to do that. The Dixie's still trying to spike here. Google's starting to come in sharply here. Microsoft as well, coming in sharply. I'm still holding 462s at an average of 62 cents. You can see NVIDIA is trying to hold steady. The big thing is I'm waiting to see if Meta is going to give up any of its price action here. That's definitely keeping the communication strong in the near term. The Russell 2000 basically down 0.57%, heading right back down. Apple's still slightly green. NVIDIA's down by about 1%. Microsoft slightly negative. SMCI down 4.5%. AVGO down 1.3%. SOX is down 1%. ARM is down 1%. Google, Amazon still green. Meta still green. SunPower up a couple percent. Lululemon's been faded. That's definitely been faded. Of course, Nat Gas breaking down as soon as I got wicked out of that KOLD trade. Yeah, SunPower, honestly, Chris, looks kind of interesting from a continuation standpoint. We did have that big spike impulse breakout candle on volume. Did see it get faded pretty sharply, but SunPower could be wanting to head right back to the highs. This type of name right now, I'm kind of inclined to take a bit of a stab on the long side here. We have some short exposure in the market. I might look to go long SunPower. I'm just trying to wait and see for more data here. Nat gas dumping, guys. Anyone still in cold? Oh my goodness. You're now up on the trade. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Anybody still holding that? Excellent job. That's what I was looking for, and I got wicked out right on the last reversal candle. That's a heartbreaking move. Wow. Anyone who did that beautiful trade. Not so much the U.S. housing market. I think they're a little bit more insulated with the fixed term mortgage contracts. You might see a little bit of weakness, but definitely not as much. I don't think the housing prices are... I mean, there's some elevated areas, don't get me wrong. We've had some crazy year-over-year growths across the globe, but the fixed interest rate structures definitely provides a lot more stability. And, I mean, your real estate market isn't as saturated in terms of your GDP. Canada's GDP is made up of, predominantly the biggest sector is its, or one of the biggest sectors is its housing market. I think it's about 22% of our GDP, as opposed to states is roughly between 17 to 18%. Last time I checked. Alright, so NVIDIA is trying to firm back up. The Qs are trying to firm back up. SOX is seeing some distribution. Nat gas inventories, yep, that came out. That took a dump. So nat gas breaking down here in the near term. Big technical breakdown on nat gas. QQQ back above that prior day high, still printing. I'm going to add one more. Guys, to my put option. If we pierce the 464 level, around this 464.20, I might add to my put options one more time, and that's probably it for the session. I'm still seeing NVIDIA lagging the Qs under prior day high. Qs are above prior day high. NVAX still pretty much at the lows. Nat gas down to 280 now. It's actually gone almost negative. Some news regarding SpaceX and Elon Musk's rocket, a successful landing into the ocean, a nice soft landing for SpaceX and their rocket. Tesla right now, still negative on the session. Nat gas still going lower. NVIDIA and the Qs trying to press higher here. Qs are back to the green side. You're seeing Meta at the highs of day, Microsoft selling, Apple selling. So again, Qs are moving up despite a lot of sell-side pressure in Apple and Microsoft. Quite phenomenal. Quite phenomenal. Nat gas getting a little bit of a bounce off of 280. NVAX appearing to make a new low of day. Qs are peeling away a little bit. If NVAX takes a dump down to 1780, that's my next cover point. 1780. That's your prior day low. That would put us up about 19.8%, almost 20% on the trade. QQQ, NVIDIA is still trying to grind. I'm seeing Apple coming in sharply. It's now rolled over to the negative side. Amazon seeing some continued strength here, tagging the 20-day moving average. All right, guys, I just added to my 462 put at 50 cents. At 50 cents. My average now is 58 cents, down about 10 cents on the contracts. And I do have one more little add to take me up to about QQQ going higher here. NVIDIA just quietly grinding higher and higher at the moment. Dixie soft. Amazon still continuing to press. Alright guys, there's my final add on my QQQ put. Just tapped that area at 40 cents. My final add is at 40 cents. NVIDIA is still trying to press a little bit. Still seeing a little bit of selling now coming into Meta. Bit of a top wick forming. But NVIDIA is still pressing. Amazing to think the Qs are trying to push for another new all-time high here. Initial dip being gobbled right back up. NVIDIA just what is this? 2 minute chart, 3 minute chart. Beautiful continuation move in NVIDIA. So the SOXS is almost back to our entry. Full round trip, quite extraordinary. Adobe making a new high of day. That's a strong looking chart. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen here. Amazon still at the highs, Microsoft near the lows. Microsoft's coming down to test its pre-market low. Meta seeing a little bit more distribution in the near term. The price action really firmed up through NVIDIA. Amazon, Meta, Google still strong on the session. Apple negative, Microsoft negative. Q still green. Again, very rare scenario when you see the market still green and Apple and Microsoft are lagging. And NVIDIA. I mean, you have Apple, NVIDIA, and Microsoft. Your top three all negative on the session, and the Qs and S&P are still green. Quite extraordinary. Russell 2000 still down 0.5%. The VIX is basically down by 0.92 on the UVXY trading vehicle. Again, my average on the 462 QQQ put is sitting at 54 cents. I am down sharply here. But I still think that this market is definitely very, very, very extended still. And typically whenever you see those big three negative, the markets can't stay buoyant for too long if those names are seeing net selling. What's going on with SPY when QQQ is going up? Well, I haven't really been watching the SPY too much. I've been just watching the Qs and the IWM. But let's see what's going on here. Oh, it seems that my... Is there a divergence occurring? Potentially. Yeah, SPY softening up a bit, right? SPY has a lot more exposure to obviously other companies, and you are seeing some sectors, through utilities, real estate, industrials, XLK, XLE, XLB, all negative. It is a bit of a, it looks like a bit of a bear flag forming on the SPY chart, to be honest. Does look like a bit of a bearish formation forming. Again, SPY has turned negative with the Russell. QQQ still slightly green. It's up 0.1%. Let's see if we can get these put options to start working in our favor. And let's see if this turns into your first little lower high on the session. So all-time high, sell-off, bounce. Let's see if this turns into a lower high. Again, we're still seeing some strength coming back into the tape here. I am seeing a top wick coming on Amazon. Meta put in a 10-minute topping tail. SPY is trying to hold just above prior day high at 534.69. Again, still seeing bearish price action forming in Microsoft's chart. It does look like Microsoft is potentially going to break lower here. The Dixie is trying to make a little move higher here. In the near term, Meta's starting to come in a touch. DKNG relative strength last few days. Let's take a peek at DKNG. Yeah, DKNG trying to stage a bit of an intraday breakout here. Definitely a nice little basing formation. An inverse head and shoulders is observed on the hourly chart here. Whether or not you're using this neckline, you can see you've actually got a beautiful breakout, back test, and now continuation. So I mean, DraftKings does look poised to actually head a bit higher here in the near term. We're looking at about a 6.5% move from the neckline breakout. That puts us back into this 38.60 area. So yeah, DraftKings does look a little bit strong here in the near term. I mean, that could even hit today if things go crazy here. So we are seeing, sorry, I had my mic muted there, guys. But we're seeing the Qs coming down a touch here. I'm still riding my 462s, which we were just basically flat on when we hit that prior day high. Now we're seeing a little bit of a bounce coming into the Qs. So I'm down about 8 cents on the contracts. Canopy growth almost came into that buy zone. I did hit that 710 target that I discussed, and it got wicked up off on the 10-minute chart. But I was looking for a move a little bit lower since we're putting in a bit of bearish consolidation there. At the moment, I am seeing Microsoft potentially about to trigger bear flag. Meta's starting to come in firmly. Tesla's curling down. NVDA getting rejected off of its prior day high. So that makes me think at some point, as long as NVIDIA stays below prior day high, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Qs to lose this prior day high. I think we're actually going to lose prior day high on the Qs. But for now, potentially putting in a lower high on the day. Let's see if we can take out the low and put in a lower low. So potentially our first lower high on the session. It needs to be monitored carefully. But now we're creating a bit of a wedge pattern on the intraday chart. QQQ still trying to firm up here in the near term. Microsoft seeing a bit of strength coming back into the tape. Nat Gas new low, intraday new low. GME looks prime for a drop. Posted my plan in pre-market, sell in the opening spike. That's Chris. Anonymous saying I need a 1% down day or I'll physically throw up. CGC, Adobe at the highs. That's still chugging along quite firmly. Amazon new high of day. Google's trying to firm up. Microsoft's still trying to press. So they're not breaking this market down right away. Bitcoin still trying to target 71.5. QQQ pushing right back up to the highs here. I mean, you can see prior day high being defended with sheer force. The S&P 500 also trying to recapture its prior day high at the moment. Trader 586 saying, just my thoughts on a market like this. The reversal won't happen midday. However, one day the music will stop and you'll wake up with a gap down. Could be. Neo's down 7.6. NVAX now down 3.91. That was up tremendously in the pre-market. Wolf is catching a bid. Microsoft or Monster catching a bid. CLSK up 1.5%. Intel down 1.36%. That's been dead money, Intel. It's just been a dog with fleas and nothing wants to stick with Intel. GME still up about 3.5%. Tesla down 0.76. Palantir up 2.46. AMD up 1.15. Mares up 2.42. Lyft up 4.76. Hood up 5.61. AMC down 2.62. Riot is up 4.87. Apple slightly green. Meta is starting to come down really firmly at the moment, guys. Meta is starting to weaken quite substantially here. QQQ seeing some sellers. Meta looking a little bit heavier. So a couple interesting notes here. We have seen XLC communications start to get really faded here. So what I am seeing here is they love to use Meta because it has such a strong weighting in the communications ETF to really lift a lot of those XLC stocks, and it's getting faded here from the highs. So another important stock, if it loses prior day high, I think the Qs are really vulnerable to losing prior day high. So right now you have a big communications component, X Meta, trying to come down below prior day high. You still have your NVDA trading below prior day high. You still have Tesla trading below prior day high. You still have Apple trading below prior day high. You have Microsoft trading below prior day high. You have Google pretty much at prior day high, and Amazon's really the only mega cap that's trading above prior day high. So I mean, it makes me think that the QQQ is going to have to lose its prior day high. You know, the majority of these QQQ mega cap stocks are trading below. So let's see if we can get a bit of a breakdown pattern here in the Qs. Little mini head and shoulders potentially just at the neckline right now. Again, we're down about 10 cents on those 462 puts. Or I'm down about 10 cents. You might have an average better than me. You can see the Qs are starting to weaken a little bit more, breaking that little head and shoulders neckline. Here we go, guys. Contracts are almost back to break even here. Cons are almost back to break even. Let's see the sell side pressure begin. Let's go. Now we're starting to print here. Back up to break even on our cons, and we still got $1.44 away from that 462. Come on. Let's see if we can get... No, I don't think asking for 1% down is too much either. We have not had it in a while. S&P 500 losing the prior day high. That's looking a little bit more bearish. Adobe still surging here. QQQ getting a really big bid as it's trying to break down. Boom, just a really big stick back up to the high side. Really just creating a lot of issues for these the theta on options. I mean, we're just getting chopped up every which way. In the near term, it's now approaching 11 o'clock. Meta being defended at prior day high. Microsoft seeing some strength again. S&P's definitely weaker, guys. S&P and Russell are still negative while the Q's positive. But again, the fact that Nvidia's down 1, Microsoft down a quarter, Apple down 0.12, and the Qs are still green is quite extraordinary, quite impressive. They just do not want to take any of the major indices down. A little bit of selling here and there through individual names. QQQ pushing right back up. Quite extraordinary. This is so choppy, back and forth, no real clear direction. That neckline has been negated. Just chopping in a wedge here. Adobe new high. Nat Gas trying to bounce and hold the 281 level. NVAX still near the lows of the session. We're still up about 10%. NVAX is getting close to our next, I think, breakdown, guys, on NVAX. Again, we have runners up 10.6% still. I'm looking for this bear flag to trigger here on the 3-minute chart and to take us back down to prior day low. So again, this bear flag is very close to triggering here. So I'm watching it very closely. Keep that on watch. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of buyers coming up into this picture here. Markets are just in a bit of a holding pattern. No real breakout, no real breakdown. Just a lot of choppiness in a sideways pattern. Adobe new high, Amazon new high, Bitcoin at 71.4, oil's at 74.90, trying to make a little bit of a move higher here in the near term. The Dixie's trading at 104.25. Yields are flat. The Russell again down 0.63% even though their yields are flat. Canopy growth still trickling lower, down 8.71%. CRM's up 3.8. Beautiful move. Tesla's making a little bit of a move here, guys. It is trying to firm up. So you're seeing strength coming into the XLY sector. Amazon at the highs. Tesla's trying to recapture pre-market low. Microsoft coming down. NVIDIA coming down. So maybe a bit of a pairs trade. Long Tesla again. Short NVIDIA. Short Microsoft. Because Tesla is trying to firm up here. Putting in a nice little 20-minute rally here. As the Qs are actually still trickling lower. So a little bit of a divergence. Q's coming down, Tesla moving up. So keep your eye on that. All right, guys, so if we look at the market as a whole here, and we identify that the Qs are obviously the leading indice, you have the SPY right now really struggling below its prior day low. Let me just put on that little indicator for us. But you can see SPY really struggling, and that's a problem. I mean, obviously the Qs tend to do the heavy lifting, but when I look at the SPY below its prior day low, the Russell below its prior day low, and you have NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple all below its prior day low, it makes me think the Qs are eventually still going to lose this area, albeit they're still strong in this region, and we're still trying to put in some higher highs and higher lows. We haven't taken out the lows yet, but the Qs are just putting in this powerful wedge pattern at the moment. Which way is it going to break? Which way is it going to break? Sorry, but I have my mic muted again. Guys, I just took an XOM 114 call. High risk trade, size for loss, expiry tomorrow. I got filled at 41 cents. 114 call on the XOM. I'm seeing oil break above 75, and it's now seeing a nice hourly chart impulse move. So XOM 114 call, I'm trying to play that. And I think that could hit today. We are seeing a bit of selling hitting the tape here. But oil's looking very, very strong. It's still pushing here. Oil's making another new daily chart high. It's at 75.30. Qs are still just in a bit of a holding pattern here, guys. Bit of a holding pattern. NVDA is starting to come down some more. Still holding my 462 put on the Qs. There's a bit more selling starting to come into the QQQ. Here comes a bit of a breakdown. I'm still holding SOXS, QQQ put, XOM call. Still holding runners on NVAX short, which are still up about 10.5, 10.6. Oil's spiking here, guys. This typically is not going to be good for the equity markets. And go figure, right? Like I said, as central banks start to cut, our commodity is going to bottom on central bank cuts. Go figure. Bank of Canada cut yesterday, oil closes green. ECB cuts today, oil ripping up another 2.2%. So just in a matter of 2 days, two major central banks have cut, and oil's already up 3.7%. So this is what I'm saying. Commodities have a tendency to kind of put central bank policy, give them an egg on their face, because as they start to see signs of maybe things starting to show more disinflationary pressures, so on and so forth, they start cutting. And then all of a sudden, what? Do we go through another reflationary cycle of commodities again? That's the potential, and that's what commodities typically do. They typically cause central bank policy. They show the errors in central bank policy. And I do think there have been several errors here. So XOM trying to move up here. S&P still under prior day low. QQQ still slightly green. S&P flat. Russell's moved up off of the lows. Microsoft near the lows. Apple curling down. Google curling down. Meta still trading above prior day high. That's Amazon and Meta are the only two mega cap stocks trading above their prior day high. QQQ still trading above prior day high. Qs are still trying to hold steady in this range. XOM starting to move up, guys. Let's see if we can get this trade. Alright guys, we're seeing the Qs come through a bit of sell side. NVIDIA, Microsoft are the culprits. They are breaking down at the moment. I'm still in my 462 put options, down right now about 5 cents on the trade, but we've still got quite a ways away from the strike zone. Still a little bit of time on the clock. I still think we can pull these trades green. XOM making a nice continuation move. Again, we're riding 114 calls. I do expect that to hit today. That's what the trade I'm looking for, although the expiry is tomorrow. So oil right now pushing above 75, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the 75.40 range. Seeing Microsoft new low of day there, guys. So MSFT still coming down a touch. NVDA is trading at 1203.90, 1202, and breaking down a potential neckline test on the Qs. Here comes a head and shoulders. If we break this neckline, you do have a little bit of a move down that is set to occur. So again, we could see a move on the QQQ. If we break this little neckline down to 462.46, that's kind of in line with this previous little pivot zone here. So let's see if we get the flush and break on the Qs. XOM still pushing here, guys. Still holding SOXS. Come on, Microsoft breaking. Meta needs to give up its price action. Come on. S&P is still going lower. QQQ still above its pre-market low, which is still technically okay. So that's why we're struggling here on the Qs to break down, because you're still maintaining that pre-market low price structure. Come on, XOM. Keep pushing. So again, my plan, guys, if XOM calls, get in the money today. 114, which the trajectory is showing that they will. You can see XOM maintaining price structure above its prior day high, and now you have the Qs falling below prior day high at the moment. Because right now we could be in a bit of a situation where central banks are cutting rates, thinking all the disinflationary trends are over. And now what happens if we see commodities bottom across the board? What then? Do central banks go back on their word? QQQ 462 put is now flat. XOM calls are starting to rip, guys. XOM starting to rip. QQQ has triggered a little minor head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, if we break it, it won't be great. Microsoft seeing some heavy selling in this region. Come on, XOM, go for a new high of day. We get that high of day and it puts into the probabilities that we hit 114 very likely. Look at XOM go, guys. Look at it go. Contracts are already up 6 cents on XOM. QQQ puts are printing now. This is beautiful to see. We've been patient with this trade. They've been really trying to chop people up and spit them out on the theta side. But we are starting to see those contracts go flat for us. XOM still grinding. SOX S still grinding higher. Microsoft's finding a little bit of support here. It's down 0.56%. Microsoft's 7 daily moving average is sitting at 419.16. So that could be an area where it wants to sell down to 419.16. I'm seeing Meta now seeing some heavy price action. XOM, new high of day on XOM. This is beautiful. QQQ puts are now green, and we're still about $1.42 away from that strike zone. So let's see what type of price action we can get. Alright guys, my plan here, since we're now green on the contracts, the QQQ plans, if we flush, if we get a big wick, okay, this is the plan. If we get a big wick down, this is target 1, 462.85. Target 2, and then target 3 is our 462. Okay, so just depending on how, if we flush, if we just consolidate, I may only take profits at this 462.50. But if we flush into this low pivot here first, I may look to trim a bit of the puts. As of now, we're back to the red. XOM still trying to press. NVAC still at the lows. Adobe at the highs. Oil at the highs. Amazon starting to curl in now. So that's been one of the strongest mega caps on the session is Amazon. That's starting to give up price action. Now Meta is losing steam. Meta is losing its prior day low. QQQ cons are now starting to print again. XOM still trying to grind. Come on. Keep pushing, XOM. Keep pushing. Again, we're playing a little bit of a day trade on the energy front with the oil spiking here. It is pushing XOM to a new high. We should see 114s get in the money, guys. My plan with XOM, if we see those 114 calls get in the money, I will sell half, adjust stops to break even or in the money, and let the rest ride. You know, the way that oil's reversing here, the XOM chart, I mean, you have your gap fill all the way up at 114.45. So could be even a big move all the way up to the 114.50 zone for energy. XOM still managing to trend here. QQQ backtesting its little neckline. Again, downside target of this little left shoulder, head, right shoulder, takes you down to this low pivot, 462.50. That's where we had our sell-off from our all-time high. Boom, right back down. Now the question is, if you trigger this neckline, pivot low to pivot low, then you've triggered a much larger head and shoulders pattern. That really puts us somewhere in around the range of, call it 461. XOM is squeezing, guys. Look at this move on XOM. So we're up now 10 cents per share on these contracts. We're still about 30 cents away from the 114 strike zone. But we're already printing here. We're up more than 25% already. Here we go. XOM is starting to squeeze. Yep, XOM is starting to squeeze, guys. Everyone should have had an opportunity to enter. We are long and strong XOM. Seeing that push higher here, new high of day. Oil's just ripping right now. And again, that was the thesis that I discussed in yesterday's video. As we start to see central banks cut rates, that's when commodities are going to try to make a fool out of our central bankers. And look what oil's been doing. Reversing off of the lows. XOM is just a monster right now, guys. Whoa, look at this. Alright, guys, I'm going to sell half of my XOM here at 57 cents. I just sold half of my XOM moving stops to break even. The trade is now risk-free. What a rally there. Whoa, that was crazy. I still think it's going to go higher, but I just want to trim because we've had a nice parabolic move. And the equity markets are into some resistance there, but a beautiful 39% on the first half of XOM, and that's after we already pulled profits on the XOM 112 calls. So energy right now is positioning itself to be very, very lucrative. QQQ coming down simultaneously. Look at XOM go, guys. QQQ is now starting to really print. So nice job on that XOM trade. Now it's just a matter of managing these put positions on the Qs, which we are finally green. And we're at the ever so important neckline. This is the larger head and shoulders pattern. This is the larger head and shoulders pattern, guys. So hopefully everyone is able to catch that XOM trade. That was beautiful. We're still riding these QQQ puts. We're up about 4 cents per contract. NVIDIA's testing 1200 again. Meta's losing its prior day high. Google's starting to sell off pretty firmly in this region. QQQ still coming down, guys. QQQ coming down. All right, target 1 is down here. I'm looking for a cover target down here at 462. Look at XOM, new high of day. My oh my. Oil stocks are just trending here. Oil stocks are really trending here. QQQ trying to bounce just a little bit off of pre-market low. So the Qs are bouncing off of pre-market low here in the near term. XOM seeing a bit of sellers. Oil's still trading at the highs, so I do think that this is just a little bit of sell side profit taking. Gold is making a ripper of a move today, breaking out of an hourly chart bull flag here on gold. Again, gold is another signal that potentially the equity markets are saying that central banks have probably messed up here on the cut. QQQ starting to come down some more. Guys, get ready for any sort of a flush and major dip. If contracts move up to 65 cents in a quick flash, I will be looking to trim half. Contracts have 59 cents. Again, anything above 65 cents, I'll take my first trim on the 462 put. Above 65 cents. Again, my average is sitting at 54 cents per contract, so we're basically flat, slightly green. But my first trim will be at 65 cents. So I'm looking for about 11-cent gain. Qs are still being defended here in the near term. Let's have NVIDIA break 1200 and Qs flush. 461 is the promised land. Yeah, 461 is... Hey, Michael. Right now I'm in a 462 put on the Qs. I also have a 114 XOM call, which we just took about 40% on. The long and move stops to break even, still riding half. I'm still holding an SOXS long here at 24.48. And then we have an NVAX runners, which were up about 10.61% on the short side. And I think that one's probably going to still flush down to 1780. So we've already taken a nice chunk, half of the profits off of NVAX. Again, my average on the short side is around 22.22. Oil, new high of day. Tesla's making a nice firm recovery. Bitcoin consolidating above 71.5. Microsoft just put in a new low of day there. Microsoft down now 0.69%. Apple down 0.4%. NVIDIA down 1.6%. QQQ only down 0.6%. SPY's only down 0.6%. So now you're having a scenario where the SPY is actually maybe showing a little bit more relative strength than the QQQ. And that could be part and parcel seeing a little bit of profits coming out of NVIDIA and Microsoft. So you're seeing the Qs coming under pressure now. Qs are now testing its pre-market low. So this is officially the big area for the Qs. If I flip to the extended hours, it's going to make these patterns wonky. But pre-market low is a big area here. It's a massive area for the Qs. And I'm just staying with you here because we could be seeing a quick flush. Again, any sort of move above 65 cents on the cons, and I'll be looking to trim. Oil still pressing, canopy growth selling off a little bit more now. QQQ on the near-term precipice of triggering a larger head and shoulders pattern. That takes us down to about 461 on the charts. And that's very, very likely to actually play out, just with the way things are shaping up. The Qs had a chance to make a higher high by recapturing prior day high. They're getting slightly rejected here in the near term. Amazon's still really, really strong. Tesla's trying to make a bullish reversal. It's almost going green on the session. So again, Tesla's just luring people in off of this potential bear flag pattern that's forming on the daily. It could also be an inverse head and shoulders. So It's quite interesting to watch how Tesla's price action is unfolding. QQQ getting a really big stick up. Silver's a monster today, up 3.7. Bitcoin coming in a touch more. Canopy growth going for another new low of day. QQQ still holding steady at the moment. Steady Eddie. Tesla still continuing, trying to get above 175, your prior day high. Sorry, your pre-market high test is happening right now on Tesla. Any sort of a move back above pre-market high on Tesla, and you're going to get probably a pretty big move. Yeah, SunPower. What's SunPower? SunPower just keeps creeping up. Honestly, it looks like SunPower wants to head for that 354 high pivot again, that intraday high pivot. It does look like that. But the market has to kind of stay firm in this region. So QQQ still staying above that neckline. There's a chance we can retest prior day high. Kind of confluences with that previous little neckline breakdown zone. So Qs are still firming up here back to the flat side. No real significant downside in the indices. Dixie's still trying to hold steady. Microsoft still near the lows. Tesla getting above pre-market high in the near term. Bitcoin selling off here, putting in a bit of a 10-minute bearish engulfing candle. Again, oil's still chugging along quite nicely. Here we go. Is this the next down leg on the Qs? We haven't really seen any sort of a big drop yet. It's been just trickling down. You know, here was a pretty sharp sell-off initially, but it's just been trickling down. And again, we haven't really confirmed the breakdown of this little neckline just yet on the Qs. They are trying. We're basically flat on our cons, still riding the 462 put. Still riding. Bitcoin seeing some selling. Microsoft still under pressure. NVDA is starting to see a little bit more selling, but again, that neckline is still trying to hold on the Qs. They are trying to hold it steady. SPY is still holding above pre-market low. Qs are still holding above pre-market low. Thoughts on CIFR? Not familiar with that ticker, but let's take a quick peek. CIFR. Cipher mining. Is this a gold, silver? What type of miner is this? But it's moving nicely today, up 4.21%. Is it a silver miner? Let me just double check. Cipher mining. Oh, is it crypto? Okay. Data processing services. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the chart's kind of interesting. You know, this one actually does look like it's trying to keep pressing higher here in the near term. BTC miner. Yeah. Tesla's just surging here, guys. Tesla's ripping. All right, guys. XOM calls are pushing us back to that near break even. So again, we took profits at the highs there. Now looking for a potential stop loss to hit on XOM. I will repeat, I won't let these calls go against me. My average is at 41 cents. So any sort of a move back to 41 cents, which we're about 2 cents away, triggers my stop loss, okay, on XOM. On the 114 call. This is just a day trade, swings potentially swinging into tomorrow, but I do not want to let this trade go against me. We pulled 39% off the first half, and we're testing a bit of a potential sell here just due to market weakness. But if we pull up this cipher CIFR, I'll go over this chart with you. QQQ breaking down here, guys, and XOM is about to stop us out, but that's okay. Break even is better than taking a loss. Come on, Qs, break it down. But yeah, cipher here on the daily chart. Alright guys, XOM just stopped me out for break even on the 114 call. I repeat, break even on the 114 call. So I'm not letting that trade go against me. QQQ put is now starting to work in our favor again. Let's see. Again, profit target 1 is down here at 462.50-ish. Or if contracts hit 65 cents, whichever one happens first. Tesla's above pre-market high. But yeah, looking at this cipher chart, it's actually trying to put in a nice little potential breakout here. You have this wedge pattern breakout that is occurring today. So it's on watch for a little bit of a continuation. Obviously, if the only hindrance is that if the markets sell off today, which honestly it's shaping up to be that way, I do think we should see another down leg in the NASDAQ and S&P. I just don't know how it's going to hurt this name. In theory, I mean, it should move with the market. And if Bitcoin, obviously, I'm actually a little bit more bearish in the short term on Bitcoin. I do think that if we break out of this resistance up around this 72 area, then Bitcoin does have a strong chance of heading to about 94, 93,000 and around that range. But as of now, Bitcoin's at resistance, technically speaking. And I think it's more inclined to sell. But I mean, the weekly chart of this cipher, the chart that I'm looking at, that I want to maintain, as long as you, in my opinion, as long as we maintain price above this pivot here, this little bit of a low pivot, this impulse weekly candle here. So you can see this little breakout candle on volume. I think as long as it remains above this 341 chart, cipher remains bullish. If you lose that, then it's a bearish chart. As of now, I mean, the RSI is curling to the high side here, so it does look like there might be at least a continuation bid to about this $5 gap fill. But as long as this breakout holds here, you know, it's on the near-term cusp. You have a few different gap fills to eventually target. But the market is potentially breaking down here in the near term, and we need to see how this stock reacts. So it's kind of just at a no touch for me. No touch. Come on, Qs, just give it up already. I want to be able to go eat some breakfast and lunch. Brunch now. They must know I'm hungry. They don't want us to close these options. Alright, Amazon pulling in from the highs. Meta's still selling off a touch here. Microsoft staging a bit of a bounce. NVDA trading back above 1205. Again, QQQ back underneath that neckline resistance. Back underneath that neckline resistance. Oil's still trying to trend here, guys. New high of day for WTI crude. NVAX saw a nice little pop there, but really it's kind of just nothing in my opinion. QQQ again being defended at pre-market low. Pre-market low is being defended. GameStop still holding steady up 5.38. No problem, Paul. You're welcome. Michael saying, TC, I'm seeing the daily US dollar starting to break a long-term sideways channel to head lower to about 80 cents. The Dixie chart, is that what you're talking about, the US dollar? Let's look at the Dixie really quickly here. Dixie's at also a very key point. You know, with cuts around from Canada, from ECB, I think that the dollar could actually try to firm up and hold here, but it is shaping up. It's got some initial signs of potentially a bear flag forming. But really, if we just look at the Dixie here, you can see everyone's watching this potential head and shoulders on the Dixie. Now it has triggered, but you got back above it, so technically it hasn't triggered yet because you've gotten right back above that key trend. But the dollar's putting in early stages of potentially a bearish formation. Still got a lot of support here at 104, but it is looking a little bit toppy potentially. And if we break this little neckline, the crazy thing, right, is about the dollar showing this head and shoulders is you have oil showing the exact pretty much same pattern with this head and shoulders here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. So I believe if oil starts to get back above its neckline and negate the bear pattern, that's when you're probably going to see the US dollar also have to firm up here and negate that headline. It's now 11:48, guys. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here in the near term because we have been trading for quite a long time, and really the markets haven't given us that much volatility. A few trades here and there, but in terms of options, I mean, they're just kind of chopping people up, spitting people out in the near term. So we'll have to just watch it carefully. On that note, I'm going to take a little bit of a lunch break here. Again, the Qs are on watch for that head and shoulders. They have triggered one, potentially triggering the second. Generally, two bearish formations triggered result in lower price action. So we'll have to see if the markets want to give up anything in the near term. Bitcoin's starting to sell off here, guys. It's now seeing some sellers off that 70. It hit a high pivot around 71.7. Seeing some sellers. All right, guys, we're seeing oil still ripping here. I mean, extraordinary price action in the commodity here. I mean, inflation expectations can really change very quickly in this market environment. We've had now rate cuts and oil's bottoming up over 4% in 2 days. Not really a healthy sign. Gold and silver absolutely ripping here to the high side. Copper today is also strong. So, I mean, the thesis pointing towards commodities making a fool out of central bankers here in the near term could be coming to fruition. It really could be coming to fruition. I mean, oil right now is just on a trajectory of pushing higher and higher and higher. And I mean, to think that so many people just got bared up on oil stocks and energy stocks when we triggered this little head and shoulders, and I wasn't quite buying it, which is why we were starting to accumulate XOM, common shares and call options. And again, if oil recaptures this neckline, I think that's when you're going to have to see the Federal Reserve really have to kind of take into account here, can we actually cut oil? Can we cut rates? Or do we have to still hold steady and firm? But a nice 2-day surge, Bank of Canada cut, ECB cut, and oil is starting to rip higher here. So again, the market is still worried about whether or not we're going to be going through an inflationary trend or a disinflationary trend. Oil's been through a miraculous sell-side program over the last 4 weeks, from this high pivot down to now a new low pivot. But in the grand scheme of things, oil could be setting up here for a weekly reversal candle. A little bit of a weekly reversal candle coming into oil. And I have been discussing $74 as my downside bear target. We actually pierced that level. We actually went to about 72.70, but close enough, and now we're back above that 74 key support. So if oil manages to build on top of these gains, I do think that the dollar is going to have to stay a little bit more firm. And what's really fascinating about this next FOMC rate decision, guys, it's going to be a crazy day. Next week, Wednesday, when Powell is set to either hold rates, the consensus is for a hold at this point in time, but things could still change. What's really fascinating about that FOMC rate decision next week is it also happens on the exact same day as the CPI. We have CPI on Wednesday morning and Fed at 2 p.m. So the volatility is going to be immense. I mean, it could hinge on whatever. The Fed could be forced to make a decision on that day. If CPI comes in too sticky, they could be forced to hold steady. I mean, obviously the opposite is true. If CPI comes in way, way lighter, it could give them the ability to cut. But I do think that oil and gold and silver, copper, the way these commodities are moving, showing that, A, we're likely not probably ready to cut rates the way commodities are moving so sharply off of their lows as soon as they announce rate cuts. I still think a bigger bear move is setting up in the indices. That's how we're certainly positioned moving forward. We've taken a nice amount of profits off of some longs recently, still holding several different long equity positions, but strategically being net short this market as of pretty much yesterday again, accumulating quite a number of shorts on the market again. At the moment, we are seeing Meta struggling. NVDA has a 10-minute chart, 5-minute chart bear flag that's set to trigger very soon. Apple at the lows. Microsoft's had a nice 15-minute bounce or 30-minute bounce. I'm still holding those 462 QQQ puts. Still holding this SOXS long. Oil just continuing to move higher and higher and higher in the near term. QQQ again being defended at pre-market low in the near term. Nat gas is getting bludgeoned here, guys. It's now negative on the session, seeing some harsh sell side pressure. Guys, just jumping back onto the thing. There's the dump we've finally been looking for in the major indices, and I think that we still have more to go. Crude oil still spiking, NVDA breaking down back below 1100. So that was a nice little dip in the Qs there, guys. A nice dip in the Qs. And again, we'll see if they get gobbled right back up. So far, a little bit of a buy the dip action is coming back into play. But a nice technical breakdown, which does suggest that we should see a little bit more downside in this overall market. Okay, guys, so we should see some more continuation sell side pressure in this market. Yep, volume for ants. Qs are back to the negative side again. Crude oil making another high of day. XOM trying to break out of a flag pattern, a bullish flag pattern. NVAX down to the lows again. QQQ are bouncing right back up to the highs. Quite extraordinary price action. Again, the head and shoulders has triggered, but buy the dip is coming in full force. Microsoft surging here. NVIDIA breaking down. Hey guys, yeah, we're just watching this GME crazy price action here. GME is obviously halted right now, but it had a spike high here to about 44, just over $44 and change. Now halted, looking at $40.18. Now the hype around Roaring Kitty's live stream tomorrow, if it does happen, obviously most people would anticipate a huge rally, but what if he's using this hype around his live stream as a way to actually unload some shares? I mean, today it's obviously pumping up on the high session. It was well over 35% at the highs here, so pulling back a little bit. The bulls want to see a close above this red bar high, in my opinion, but definitely looking for a short squeeze here. I'm actually looking at some calls, but also some puts. I'm probably, if I enter, I'm going to be going in on both sides of the trades. I'm just strategizing here to figure out how I want to layer in. But the momentum, like this type of momentum on GME, that gap fill at 48.67 is looking very probable. But I'm just on a phone call here, so I will have to step off the mic in a bit. What's this Booking.com's ticker doing lately? One of the most horrific companies, customer service to deal with, is Booking. It's absolutely nasty. Stock's doing really well though. Time to go GME again. So what's everyone thinking? GME gonna gap down? Get bought up? Can see the Qs are actually shaping up for a bit of a bullish breakout attempt here above prior day high, looking for a nice potential move. What's everyone thinking? GME gap down? Gets bought up? A little bit of a 10-minute doji candle on heavy volume. Again, that little inverse head and shoulders that we discussed played out perfectly. And then some. Yeah, AMC still trading. See, that's fallen. And I mean, as you see liquidity kind of coming out of the Russell here, there's GME, little gap down, getting bought back up. Indices are under a little bit of pressure in the near term. There you go, GME, pushing. So GME holding steady here above that high pivot that it needs to maintain. So holding bullish structure in the near term. Hey guys, so I'm getting a little action here. I'm playing GME on both sides of the trade, going in hedged because it's such a crazy stock. So taking a bit of a put position as the primary, a bit of a dip I think in the near term off of that Roaring Kitty news, and then I think we will rip after that. But basically not really a trade that I'm recommending, just seeing a bit of potential dip first in the name, especially if the markets break down and fail here, as we're seeing the Qs and the Russell coming into some near-term weakness. GME's up about 30% right now, so very strong, very strong. QQQ S&P Russell just, again, the QQQ just rolled over back to the negative side. Seeing a pretty sharp move to the downside as of now. Markets are seeing some heavy selling here, very heavy selling. Very heavy selling, big technical breakdown occurring in the Russell. Dixie's getting a little bit of a spike here, so we are seeing some sell side pressure hitting the tape here. Really big dump there. Technical breakdown, really I'm looking at the mega caps, and sell side pressure came from a little bit of everywhere, but that was a nice little dump there in the overall equity markets. GME is still holding pretty firm here at the moment, quite impressive to see. Nice move down there in the equity markets. And there should be some more downside. GME and the entire market is really taking a dive here. Pretty big fall. So we obviously saw the markets make a beautiful attempt here at getting above priority high, getting rejected again. This is a big area of support that we've held numerous attempts today, but clearly we were looking for this head and shoulders to trigger and make a downside move to about 461 today earlier on in the session, but the market had other news by bouncing here sharply. But there is a chance we can start to try to fulfill this downside measured move again, trading at 461 on the Qs. Let's just see how this shapes up. Technically, this is support in the near term, but we are vulnerable. GME kind of getting rejected since we had that reopening price. Gap down was initially bought up and now seeing some slight weakness in price. QQQ breaking lower here. GME halted again. Russell 2000 also seeing some pretty good sell side pressure at the moment. Pretty hard rejection here on the IWM. Let's see where we are relatively speaking against pre-market low status on the Russell. You can see we're trading well below pre-market low now. Even on the QQQ breaking lower here. $462 puts are almost in the money as of now. There you 462.17. So major double bottom support is being tapped here. So in terms of pre-market low on the Qs, we're well below it now. Pre-market low is 463.18. 463.18. Let's see pre-market low. Yeah, Friday, crazy volatility. Imagine NVDA breaks 1850 to the upside. Is that what you're... Yeah, we're well a ways from that. So GME is back open, gap down. A gap down was observed. Let's see where it wants to go and settle in from here. Again, I'm in a primary initial put play on GME, $26 put, expiring next week, and then the secondary hedge is a $55 call. So I'm looking for a move to about 26 bucks. If that hits today, I'd be happy. If it hits tomorrow, I'd still be happy. So $26 is prior day low, 26.11 to be exact, and GME is seeing some considerable weakness. So GME right now is still back testing that previous inverse head and shoulders target that we achieved. This is support. Your 37.18, $37 price level is support. If we lose that, it does leave it vulnerable to having a pretty decent down move to 34 and potentially 31.84 prior day high. So bulls want to defend it here. The problem is that the equity markets have seen a bit of a softening in price here, with the Nasdaq again rolling below pre-market low and now trading the longest time really since we kind of broke below this period, and we're now making lower lows and lower highs. GME here establishing itself above that previous high pivot reversal. So on the daily chart, this 40-50 area is key. As long as GME can stay above this name is in full-fledged squeeze mode. Technically above that, the bulls are in control and looking to push for the next upside target, your 48.67 gap fill. So that gap fill again is sitting very, very close by in terms of a move. GME can easily do that within minutes. 65 area is your previous high pivot, and there's even a chance we can get through that. But let's take it one resistance point at a time. Nice little consolidation pattern here, and GME stayed firm even as the equity market sold off a touch there. Which puts are you holding, Anonymous? The 462s. I'm seeing Canopy Growth potentially showing some bullish structure. Yeah, this is definitely a bit of well, I don't even think it's distribution. I just think it's just profit taking off of a huge move, right? Distribution, we need more like up and down pattern, right, in a choppy range. This is just a very, very overbought technical pullback on NVIDIA. Extremely overbought technical pullback. You know, this is just a 1 day, so we really don't know if it's distribution. It's just someone big is unloading, or many people. It's a prudent thing to do, right? Take profits along the way. Amazon seeing a nice bid here. Microsoft seeing some strength, so it does look like the Qs are going to keep pressing here in the near term. That's probably going to help GME as well. You would naturally be inclined to think that. Guys, we are seeing the markets rip here, trying to find some steam and get back above pre-market low on the Qs, trying to retest prior day high. I'm seeing energy stocks starting to catch another bid. XOM looking like it's probably going to go for another high of day test. Valero's still strong. That's looking like it's trying to firm up and break out of a nice hourly chart. Bull flag pattern. Nat gas is breaking out here, the 285 area. Crude oil maintaining bullish structure at 75.70. GME maintaining strength at $40.40, looking to potentially squeeze higher here in the near term. NVDA right now down 1.69%, but that's also moved up in the near term. You're seeing the Russell 2000 trying to recapture pre-market low. There goes the Qs testing their next little resistance area between prior day high and down sloping trend line. 12 red candles in a row. Thank you on CGC. Yeah, I mean, I think it's at a support, but I was hoping to get an entry today around 710. I know it even pierced that level. I kept on adjusting my offer lower. I see that it did pierce the $7 level. So 703 was where I was kind of looking for a bit of a entry position. But CGC does look like it's showing some signs of life down here. Obviously, it's below all of the key areas, but it is trying to firm up in this region. There's definitely some support with multi-days down in a row. You can see it's into this massive upsloping trend line, piercing this 618 fib zone. So canopy growth, but remember, this stock can go a little bit lower. I know one of the viewers put in the chat earlier about the offering, so a little bit of dilution going on. So I mean, whenever you have dilution, even strong technicals can be overwhelmed. But yeah, I mean, you got to take your shot somewhere. Not a bad spot to try to enter on the long side of CGC. If we go lower, we do have the daily 200 moving average sitting roughly around 652. 652, kind of around this blue line here. Meta seeing some weakness at the moment. So Meta is starting to come down. It's entering power hour here, or sour hour potentially. Right now you do have all indices red on the session, although you do still have the majority of the sectors. So what's interesting is you have the majority of the S&P 500 sectors green now, but you have some selling in mega cap tech land is taking the indices red. So your XLK is red, your XLI and your XLU. The rest of the other sectors are green at the moment, with your strongest sector today being XLY, Tesla making a bullish reversal off of the lows, still in the apex of its triangle. I think Tesla's been being lifted and propped up with also the strength we've seen in Amazon over the last 3 days. Nice 3-bar surge on Amazon. Let's look at Tesla, but Tesla's looking to potentially try to build, but daily chart, Tesla's just still stuck in this range. Look how tight this is. Look how tight that range is. Trying to break down on multiple attempts. Investors piling in full force today, sending the bulls slightly in the near term back into control. XOM 114 price target is coming in hot here. Nat Gas is trying to push for another new high of day attempt. Sorry, I stand corrected. It won't be a new high of day, but it could try to push for one. It's now approaching 3 o'clock. QQQ, slight rejection off of prior day high, but it does look like it's trying to press through that area. Apple's starting to weaken here. Apple on the daily chart looks like it's probably going to come down to its gap fills sitting at around 194.30. We'll see if that wants to sell off into the end of the close or if it remains firm. Yeah, that little hangman candle that we saw on the chart there briefly on the Qs, not particularly good. Notice that we are putting in lower highs on the trend. The QQQ is trying to maintain some higher lows, but we are technically on the day putting in lower highs, and I think that if we get rejected at this prior day high again, you could result in even testing and taking out this low into the close. But any price action move above that area does suggest a bit of a bullish continuation move into the close. XOM continuing here. Hey guys, so I just closed out my fully XOM 112 call that we took. I just closed that out for a final percentage of about 39%. GME just in a bit of a holding pattern along with the Qs. Qs could be setting up maybe a right shoulder, and then you have an inverse head and shoulders here, which could be on watch for a trigger. Simultaneously, you're at a critical point. If you lose your pre-market low, just like you did here, you could have another waterfall sell-off in the near term. So big technical move setting up here is what I'm saying. We're likely going to get an attempt at a breakout or a potential breakdown. So one way or another, the indices are going to see a fairly decent sized move, in my opinion. Hey guys, so final 7 minutes here into the close, and so far the QQQ, S&P, and the Russell are all slightly negative. The Russell down 0.75, Qs are down 25 cents, so merely nothing. The S&P down 42 cents, so merely nothing. Really just been teetering at these pre-market levels. So the big question is, I think if you can stay above the pre-market low, then that sets up for potentially a little bit more positive price action. If you lose that pre-market low on the Qs, then it flips slightly a little bit more bearish in the near term. Indices have held up well considering the rally that ensued yesterday. Not too much profit taking, kind of an inside day, at least on the major indices, but the Russell 2000 definitely seeing some considerable sell side pressure at the moment. If we look at crude oil, that's definitely putting in a little bit of a bottoming formation, so it appears establishing or trying to establish a really strong weekly reversal candle. So far there's still a couple more days left in the session, but if oil can push back up above 76, then it's looking like we have a nice potential weekly bottoming tail in place. In terms of sector performance, today you have the XLY sector, so consumer discretionary, likes of Tesla, Amazon, absolutely flying to the high side, ripping. GME obviously going through a bit of a short squeeze here. An attempt off of a bullish continuation move. Obviously everyone is waiting for Roaring Kitty's stream tomorrow. Live stream that is set to take place. And it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. Bitcoin's actually selling off here, so BTC is seeing some considerable sell side pressure here into the close of the market session. Take a look at this dump on Bitcoin, guys. Really hard sell side pressure, getting rejected here at the daily chart off of some key resistance again, trying to break out of this trend line, and now seeing some sell side pressure. Let's see if we want to have a little bit more of a capitulation sell. GME trading at 47.07, looking to continue to climb here. Again, BTC trading at 70,500, down on the session 0.78. MSTR, Mara have turned negative. Coinbase still holding some structure, bullish structure. QQQ seeing some minor selling here into the close. GME, obviously the talk of the town, up tremendously on the session. Looking like GME could set up for a potential, how I'm expecting GameStop to shape up tomorrow. We're looking like we're having a very strong close. So obviously with the momentum around Roaring Kitty live stream tomorrow, I think that we probably see a gap up. A gap up tomorrow in GME. And then I think that stream might be actually a sell the news event. So I think that if we get a gap up tomorrow on GME, don't know how big it may be or even if it will come to fruition, but if we get a gap up, then I think it's probably sets up for maybe a bit of a profit-taking event. So I'm watching that closely. Again, I did take some $55 calls, but I did hedge that position. So Bitcoin selling into the close. You have the Russell trading at 203.50. QQQ, S&P still slightly negative on the session. Crude oil has been a standout performer today, along with nat gas, along with gold, silver, along with copper. So the trend is commodities have been pushing here, pushing to the high side. Amazon squeezing into the close, Apple dumping into the close, Microsoft pushing into the close, NVDA pushing into the close. Still seeing Bitcoin under pressure here. Final couple minutes, final 1 minute here. XOM has been a strong candidate. We were able to nicely bank on some calls there. Swing trade with members and a day trade here in the live trading room. Valero's looking strong. I would highly encourage you keep Valero on your map on the long side. That one's looking like it could be putting in a bit of a bottoming formation with the overall market. So not really a nice close here for the Qs if you lose this pre-market low. I'm very interested to see if we get a close above or below it. So far you are seeing a little bit of selling into that area. Today yields were kind of flat, soft. The VIX was kind of slightly negative but soft on the session. You did have silver outperforming, gold also rallying. Big bounce there in the Qs into the end. The QQQ did technically close, let me just see that, above that pre-market high. So as the final seconds struck there, they quickly closed the QQQ above the pre-market high. So positive close, technically speaking. Nice job on some of the trades that we took with members today. Anyone who caught that GME, I know Chris has been all over it. Good job. And wonderful trading. We'll all see you hopefully tomorrow at some point in the live day trading room. And hopefully we can look for some continuation setups leading into tomorrow. So it's going to be a highly interesting day tomorrow with around GameStop, AMC, the high short interest names, because Roaring Kitty, the notorious one who started the whole short squeeze event in GameStop, is doing a live stream tomorrow. Whether it's going to happen or not, it's enough of a headline to stir up a lot of the GameStop, I guess what they call them, apes. They call them apes. On that note, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you in the live trading room tomorrow.